Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Multiple reports say President Trump is considering major strikes on Israel this weekend. Reportedly, he is considering going after energy targets in Iran. Also, some reports say Israel could be involved. So we'll have to see what happens. These reports coming out around after the stock market closed and around the time the oil market was closing today. I don't know if that means anything. But I know some of our viewers think that the timing of the attacks sometimes has something to do with the markets. So we're going to bring you live coverage here. And but yes, oil market, the oil market actually appeared to go up on this news. If you look at TradingView, this is tradingview.com. Brent crude. Look what happened around when these reports started coming out at around 5 p.m. Brent crude had been at 88. And then it just shot up, and it closed for the weekend at 91. What did I say? I said Israel could be involved. Oh, I didn't say an attack on Iran. What I meant to say is, it says it right on the screen. Did I say Israel? What I thought I said is that President Trump is considering major attacks on Iran and that Israel may be involved. Oh, if I said Israel, I didn't even know I said it. All right, well, clearly that's me misspeaking. Come on, it says it on the screen right there. It says it in the title. All right, so I apologize. I didn't even know I said it. I was thinking Israel because Israel might be involved. Yeah, I just misspoke. Come on. I think it's pretty obvious. Hopefully anyone wasn't misled when I said that. I think it would be pretty obvious that it would be a misspeaking. Anyways, but the reports say that Israel could be a part of the attacks on Iran. Yeah, I'm sorry. Anyways, I guess I misspoke. It happens. Sometimes it happens. Let's see here. So, give me a second here. So we're going to bring you the latest updates here. And it is currently, right now, 2:55 a.m. Iran time. Hey, quick thanks to Kerry Poteet. Thanks so much, Kerry, for your support. Also, Jerry Kovacs. Jerry said there's some fires in Oregon and Washington. I haven't been keeping up, Jerry, today with that. So if there are, I'm not. It's off topic, so I'm not going to talk about it right now. But yeah, I see some articles about it, but I'm not going to talk about it right now. But if there's huge news about it in the future, we can always cover it in the future. Thank you, Jerry Kovacs. I am not up to date on that. Thank you, Jerry. Also, Anak123 and also Shaf for the memberships. Shaf gave 10 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Thanks, Shaf. If you got a membership from Shaf or somebody else, please say thanks. That's awesome. Thank you, Shaf. Also, thanks to all of our moderators. Oh, well, speaking of memberships also, 50 of you, I'm not kidding, 50 of you just got memberships in the YouTube chat from Tormented Tantalus, which is incredibly generous. So please, if you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus, say thanks to Tormented Tantalus. 50 of you just got memberships. So thank you, Shaf, for the memberships again, and Tormented Tantalus. Very, very nice of you. And please say thanks if you got a membership. Thank you, Tormented. Very generous. And thanks to our mods as well. Beth Mythical, Roberts May Queen. Thank you for modding on YouTube. Also, thanks to our Twitch mods, Matthew Kohai 3, Flux Eternus moderating there, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. Facebook is acting messed up again, as it sometimes does. Yeah, I'm having some issues with Facebook right now. Having issues with Facebook. Thanks to our Facebook mods, I can't really see the Facebook chat right now. Well, we have mods over there like Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes, Michael. I'm getting my Darren Charlo and Michael. Man, I can't even remember. My brain stopped working. Can't remember Michael's name. I gotta go look it up. Terrible. My brain stopped working. Anyways, I will try to get that back here where I can see it. Facebook acting messed up. Michael Sherval, isn't it? Probably getting it wrong. I don't know. I can't remember. Darren Charlo. Anyways. I can see I can see the Facebook messages if I look in another window, but the Facebook site is not really working for me. Okay, now let's talk about some of these reports. So to start off, let me talk about some of these reports. Well, you can see here, this is Reuters says U.S. and Israel planning to bombard energy-related targets in Iran, CBS reports. CBS News reported on Friday the U.S. and Israel are planning a bombing campaign against energy infrastructure targets in Iran, with strikes possible throughout the weekend, CBS News reported on Friday, citing sources. U.S. President Trump has yet to give the final go-ahead for the strikes, according to sources cited by CBS. The campaign would be one of the harshest yet against Iranian energy infrastructure during the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, CBS reported, adding there was discussion about concluding the strikes before financial markets open on Monday. Devil in disguise says energy-related targets. If this were to happen, it would almost certainly, Iran would escalate their responses, perhaps attacking energy-related targets in other nations in the region. That's what it would be widely expected. Kills my skills said CNN said Israel wouldn't be involved. I haven't seen what they said yet. I have to look up. I've been looking at a couple different sources, a couple different outlets reporting on this. The CNN report, CNN claims that the U.S. is planning fresh strikes on Iran as soon as this weekend. But they have not been, it's not confirmed. They could be called off. CNN says the strikes could involve energy sites. They do point out something I was just mentioning, which is that if energy sites were struck, Iran could retaliate by hitting Gulf infrastructure. And they mentioned that that could shock energy prices. Now, CNN said that there's no indication Israel would take part. You can see CBS says the U.S. and Israel are planning a bombing campaign with strikes possible throughout the weekend. There's more reports too. Now, if it's going to happen at night tonight, it's got to happen in the next couple hours. Because the sunrise, for example, in Tehran is 5:12 a.m. Sunrise in Bandar Abbas is 5:09 a.m. It's currently 3:02 a.m. there. So if there's going to be strikes at night, starting tonight, that would have to be in the next couple hours. Joe Beth says Trump's at Camp David. It's not going to happen. I believe he came back. I believe he's at Bedminster. I believe he was at Camp David today for a cabinet meeting, which is interesting in and of itself. I was wondering, why did they go to Camp David for a cabinet meeting today? But my guess is that he's back, but he was supposed to come back. He wasn't supposed to stay overnight there. I have to check the White House press pool and see what they say. Yeah, he's in Bedminster. The White House press pool said he's in Bedminster, Trump National Golf Course, Bedminster. He got there at 5:05 p.m. Thanks, Jeff TE88, who says CNN is irresponsible for reporting this, anti-American CNN. Well, I mean, that's CBS reports on the screen being relayed by Reuters. Axios is also reporting it, and Wall Street Journal also has their version of it. So all of these places, all of these different outlets have reports about it. Sounds to me like probably somebody from the administration talked to all of these places. That's my guess. Austin Batman thinks they're leaks. Oh, also the headline on Fox News right now is Iran puts U.S. and Israeli energy. Oh, sorry. Where is it here? They say Iran puts U.S. and I think I know what they're talking about. Hold on a second. Yes, there's a statement from Iran that I want to mention. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said to Fox News Digital that the U.S. signed a memorandum of understanding with Iran and they broke it, shot at commercial ships, and killed American soldiers. President Trump is not going to stand by and allow this terrorist behavior to occur. Iran will continue to pay until they come to the table in what President Trump deems a meaningful way. Where's this? I saw a statement before coming on the air that I forgot to mention, which was from Iranian state media. Here, this is Tasneem, Iranian state media. Look at this. Senior security official to Tasneem, we have prepared a comprehensive plan to respond to any potential American recklessness. This was posted about an hour ago. A senior security official told Iran state media Tasneem news agency, "We consider the claims made by American media outlets regarding potential U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran's infrastructure to be a form of recklessness. We have prepared a comprehensive plan to respond, which includes critical infrastructure of the Israeli regime and U.S. energy infrastructure in the region, and we are ready to implement it." Hold on. He added, "The Iranian armed forces have demonstrated both during the 40-day conflict and in its continuation in recent weeks that they have the capability and the will to carry out such actions." in response to reports in U.S. media today that President Trump is considering strikes with Israel against Iranian energy facilities, a senior Iranian security official says, "We have prepared a comprehensive plan to respond, which includes critical infrastructure of the Israeli regime and U.S. energy infrastructure in the region, and we are ready to implement it." So it's interesting to see them responding to these media reports. Gary Bain says, so they mean they will attack Gulf states' infrastructure. I certainly think that would be high on their list. Deputy Dog says, talk is talk. Ramblin' Robin says, time to go big or go home. Nick Nembus says, so they want to commit war crimes. I don't know who you're talking about, Nick. Are you referring to the report about the U.S. and Israel or the report about Iran? Smedley says, Iran's fail at rhetoric makes me laugh. Outstanding Oddities says, blah, blah, same old IRGC crap. Land24N says the war crime war. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Kuzji. Kuzji, I'll have to check on that when I get a chance. We're not, the focus of this broadcast is not Spain, but if I see something big that comes across here, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Kuzji. We talked about Spain a bunch last night. We did a whole stream on it. So I'll keep an eye out. But for now, we're focusing on Iran. Thank you. Thank you also, Paul Grogan, for your support. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Jeff TE88, who thinks the mainstream media will sell the U.S. out every time. Thank you so much, Jeff TE88. We might do a poll in a second. The Wall Street Journal tonight is also reporting a version of this story. Now, what the Wall Street Journal claims is that Trump has ordered the military to launch a fresh attack on Iran that could begin as soon as this weekend and last a few days. So the Wall Street version says that Trump has already ordered the military to do this. Now, let me say this, though. The Wall Street Journal said that Trump authorized this new attack today at the presidential retreat, but any immediate progress on the diplomatic front could convince him to halt the strikes. That's what they say in their story. So they say, the Wall Street Journal, that he's ordered this new attack, but any immediate progress with diplomacy could convince him to do otherwise, to cancel the strikes. Also, they say that U.S. officials told him he could just change his mind. So the Journal, in their report today, said that one potential target would be Pickaxe Mountain, a reported Iran nuclear facility under a mountain. Then there was another report. Hold on. Our viewer Jim WV says, get it over with. Axios had a report about this as well. There are all these reports. Axios headline right now says, Trump considering strikes on Iranian energy targets within days. They say that Trump is seriously considering attacking Iranian energy targets in the next few days, but Axios says he hasn't given final orders yet. Also, Axios says these strikes could involve the Israeli military. They believe if that happened, Iran could start launching missiles at Israel again. It is 3:14 right now. So again, if this is going to happen at night, then, and it was going to start tonight, it would be in the next couple hours. Oh, ABC News now says President Trump is weighing a round of intense strikes on energy targets in Iran that could begin as soon as this weekend, according to 2 U.S. officials. So, seems like somebody's going around and talking to everyone. ABC News says Trump is weighing strikes on Iranian energy sites. ABC News says planning is underway, but the plans could still change. Jess P. thinks it's not a coincidence this is back on the table after Netanyahu was here this past week. Barely Tamed says he needs to get this over with. Devil Dog says, we gotta stop these leaks, man. Hey, big thanks to Rita. Here's the Reuters talking about the CBS report. Big thanks to Rita R64 for your support. Thank you, Rita. She shouted out the mods too. Thanks, Rita. Also, Rick R64. Rick says, 4 months ago, we were told Iran had nothing left. Guess they were wrong. Thank you also, Robin with Dashins and her Dashins. Thank you so much, Robin. Thank you, Sushi Jezebel, who gave 10 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Please thank Sushi Jezebel if you got a membership. Really nice of Sushi Jezebel. Thanks also, Chris M, FF834. Have I heard anything on the water supply cyber attack in Minnesota, possibly from Iran? Yes, I posted about that last night on my social media. We discussed it on last night's on last night's stream. I don't want to spend too much time talking about it because we've already discussed it. Maybe I can spend like a minute just directing you to some more reading on it. You can see this. Trump says Iran not to blame for Minnesota cyber attack. President Trump told reporters at Camp David today that he does not think that Iran is behind a cyber attack on Minnesota water systems, despite U.S. officials reportedly suspecting otherwise. President Trump said today, "We heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack and they blame it on Iran. I don't think so. I think I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent," he said, calling out Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a Democrat. The cybersecurity and, Trump's claim is at odds with a memo cited by Wired on Thursday, which said that the Minnesota Fusion Center, a state-level intelligence sharing entity, found that the July 26th and 27th hacks were aligned with an allegedly Iran-linked cyber sabotage campaign. The New York Times, which cited unnamed U.S. and state officials, said on Thursday that investigators believe the hacks were probably the work of Tehran. Cybersecurity experts in Minnesota's state IT agency told Reuters this week that the attacks share characteristics with hacking efforts targeting key water facility equipment that 7 U.S. government agencies linked to Iran-affiliated hackers in a July 22nd report. Anyways. And again, I don't want to cover this too much because we talked about it a bunch last night, but this is from Reuters as well. This is from 3 days ago. A coordinated cyber attack targeted more than 30 community water systems in the U.S. state of Minnesota on July 26th and 27th, according to the state's IT agency. Hang on a second here. And then, again, I don't want to take too much time on this, but just to mention one other thing here. Washington Post, U.S. spy agencies suspect Iran launched cyber attack on Minnesota water facilities. U.S. intelligence agencies have assessed that Iran was likely behind a coordinated cyber attack on more than 30 municipal water systems in Minnesota this week, according to several U.S. officials. The FBI is investigating the attack. Intelligence agencies have not definitively concluded Tehran is responsible. The hack follows urgent warnings by federal cybersecurity officials that Iran for months has been targeting internet-exposed devices that control operations at water, wastewater, and energy facilities in the U.S. and in some cases causing disruptions. At least one water system was briefly offline and another saw its remote sensors disrupted, but the state's Information Technology Agency notes there are no active requests for Minnesotans to modify their drinking water usage. The mayor of Brom, Minnesota, said online his city's public works department discovered the attack Monday morning. After learning at least 4 other Minnesota communities were affected, they determined the plant had been hacked. Public Works isolated the affected system, restored a backup, and restarted the plant within approximately 90 minutes, he said. Brom's residents received water from the city's water tower while the plant was offline. And in the city of Plymouth, several devices that control the water and sewer systems operations were hacked and taken offline but have now been restored, said the city's public works manager. The water supply was not affected. The Post says that Iran has been actively targeting the U.S. with cyber attacks since the war started, but most have not drawn headlines. A cybersecurity expert, the Washington Post talked to Kurt Gaudet, noted a pattern with attacks in March and in Minnesota, the targeting of small utilities that use internet-exposed controllers with default passwords. It's very low-hanging fruit, he said. Alex Orleans, head of threat intelligence at Sublime Security, an email security company, said, in general, Iran's goal with cyber attacks seems to be less outright destruction than to deliver psychological effects to two audiences. The first is to American people to make us freak out and turn sentiment against the war by making it look like it's not worth the cost, when in reality our systems are pretty resilient. He said the second is the Iranian regime itself. They want to show their bosses that they're contributing to the war effort. Also, the director of threat research for Data Miner, a commercial intelligence platform, Joe Slowick, said that events in Minnesota and other states, including in the eastern U.S., are the work of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' Cyber Electronic Command. Iran's actions reflect a desire or need to say, hey, we can hit you too, even if it's not New York City or Los Angeles, he said. The Department of Homeland Security, Cyber Security and Infrastructure Agency issued an advisory on Thursday saying it is seeing a significant increase in cyber threat actors targeting programmable logic controllers in the water and wastewater system sectors. CISA urged they be disconnected from the internet as soon as possible and that default passwords be changed. Anyways. That's a little about that. Thank you again, Chris M. We're going to do a poll in a second here. So we are reporting, what are we reporting? We're covering the latest from the Iran war. And multiple outlets are reporting that the U.S., some version of the same story, which is that the U.S. is planning attacks, a new round of strikes on Iran, which could be this weekend, which could target energy facilities, which could involve Israel. But the orders pretty much all say that Trump could change his mind or that he hasn't made his mind up. The Wall Street Journal says Trump has ordered the military to do it, but could change his mind. We're going to take some comments from you guys. Maybe do a poll here. Oh, hey guys, look, we have this. I haven't read you the AP report yet. Trump considering new strikes on Iran. White House signals Trump is weighing new strikes on Iran and other developments. The White House on Friday signaled that President Trump is weighing carrying out new strikes on Iran as the U.S. presses for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and abide by terms set out in a truce agreement from last month. This isn't as specific as the other reports. White House press secretary expressed the U.S. administration's frustration anew, charging that Iran last month signed a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. on a truce, but then quickly broke it, shot at commercial ships, and killed American soldiers. The press secretary said tonight, President Trump is not going to stand by and allow this terrorist behavior to occur. Iran will continue to pay until they come to the table in what President Trump deems a meaningful way. Earlier today, President Trump told reporters, we just want to win in Iran, and signaled he expected U.S. military action to continue for some time. He said, we'll be hitting them very hard. You know, at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore. Thomas Wiley thinks Iran isn't coming to the table. They have the upper hand. Ziv thinks tomorrow President Trump will say we are doing good negotiations with Iran. Yahir Vergara says hopefully Trump changes his mind. A little bit says, wow, Israel is huge. If Israel does get involved in the war again and starts attacking Iran along with the U.S., Iran will see that as a big escalation. Cowboy Troy thinks Iran will not back down. All right, we're going to do a quick poll and see what you guys think about the possibility of a new attack this weekend. Where is this thing? Oh yeah, I'm going to keep this on the screen. Okay, new poll. New poll. Oh, sorry. Hang on, I got to do one thing real quick. Then we're going to post the new poll. It is 3:30 a.m. Iran time. 3:30 a.m., guys. Iran time. The poll is: will the U.S. attack Iran tonight? By tonight, I mean the night that's currently going on. It is currently 3:30 a.m. Let me get this posted on all of our platforms. Hold on, I'm over here. Facebook may not work. I'm having issues with Facebook on the web. Facebook, I don't even think I can post the poll on Facebook right now because their web is all messed up. So I'm going to have to, sorry, Facebook. For now, this one's going to only be on Twitch and YouTube, this poll. It's not behaving. All right, let's see what you, before we see what you guys said, let's watch you thinking about the poll. Roy1822 says, not tonight, this is big. Montana Sunshine thinks it'll be tomorrow night. All right, here we got the poll results in. Oops, enough of that guy. Ooh, look at this. Look at this on YouTube. Look at the vote on YouTube here. Very close. 50-50 on YouTube. Whether there will be an attack tonight, meaning this night going on right now. And then over on Twitch, 57% say no on Twitch. Captain H thinks it's going to be tomorrow night. Hey, thanks to Sandy Doggo for subscribing. Also, Spifftastic Canuck, thank you for subscribing. And Barker J. Roar, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And Dundee Man, 2 longtime subscribers, Barker J. Roar and Dundee Man 1. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Hang on. Give me 1 second. All right, so it's, again, 53% yes on YouTube, 55% no on Twitch. Close vote. Yeah, I mean, the oil market opens back up on Sunday at, I think it's 6 p.m. Eastern time. If this is supposed to be some multi-day thing, it's not that long until the markets open up again. Lewis Curry thinks as far as infrastructure goes, attacks may be during the day. Maybe they'll do attacks during the day. Placebo thinks it's going to be a multi-year thing. Where is, hold on a second here. Hey, I missed this. Dow Theme gave 5 gift subs. You know, I missed one. Hold on. I missed a couple of them. I didn't see a couple of the gift subs in recent days. I need to thank people. Thanks Dow Theme on Twitch for the gift subs. All right, I'm going to wrap up the poll, but thanks for voting. So 57% no on Twitch and 54% yes on YouTube as to whether the U.S. will attack Iran tonight, 3:35 a.m. right now. But fairly close on both. Hang on a second here. All right. Hey, big thanks again to our moderators as we bring you the latest. We have Ruth and Beth Mythical and Roberts May Queen are all moderating over on YouTube. Thank you so much. We also have moderating right now. Again, Facebook is just basically broken on the web, but maybe I can get on my phone. Here we go. That's better. No, that's not even it. It's not even it. K. Larry Body on Andrea Holder are modding. Paul Anderson, thank you. Michael Fergal. I couldn't remember Michael's name before. Now I remember it. Darren Charlo, thanks for moderating. Man, my brain had stopped working. Oh, Louis R. just gave 50 people memberships. Oh my gosh. Lewis, incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. Please thank Lewis if you got a membership from Lewis in the YouTube chat. 50 people. Earlier, Tormented Tantalus, now Lewis. Lewis are such a generous supporter of this channel for so long. Thank you so much, Lewis. Really kind of you. Thank you. Also, big thanks to the Norfolk Thunderbolt. I don't even think I thanked. Hold on. I got two things happening at once. I don't think I thanked a couple moderators. I didn't thank the Twitch mods. Thank you on Twitch. Did I? LB Prairie Dawn, Flux Eternus, Linda Belk, Larry, Michon X. Okay, thanks to all of our moderators. Also, thanks so much to the Norfolk Thunderbolt from the UK, who says IRGC is in a holy war against the US. They won't stop. Thank you so much, Ken Lance from Australia. Thank you also to Tehamatos from the UK, who thinks Iran has systematically destroyed all early warning systems, early warning radar systems that protect Israel, and apparently they are waiting for Israel to strike first? Tehamatos, you think Iran has destroyed all early warning radar systems that protect Israel? That's a pretty bold claim. Thank you so much, Tehamatos. Thank you, Chris, again, Chris MFF834, who says, I think Tehran is going to be without electricity before the weekend ends. Big prediction from Chris M. Thanks again, Tehamatos. Thanks, Bob the Bomb from the UK. Thanks, Jeff TE88. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff says, maybe a sting and not a leak. Let's see here. I just saw this. I don't know what's going on with this. I'll have to look into this more. Denver International Airport says, due to a possible security threat, Level 6 West is closed until further notice, including the West Security Checkpoint and departures area. Passengers should use Level 6 East for all departure processing and security screening. Thank you for your patience. I haven't heard anything else about that. That was posted 36 minutes ago. Thanks Abby H for mentioning it too. I just saw Abby H mentioned it. All right, give me a moment here. So let's again just talk about some of these reports coming in about the U.S., about President Trump reportedly in the planning stages on major new strikes, which could start this weekend. Oops, as you can see here, CBS reports the U.S. and Israel are planning a bombing campaign against against energy infrastructure targets in Iran, with strikes possible throughout the weekend. CBS News reported today, citing sources, U.S. President Trump has yet to give the final go-ahead for the strikes, According to sources cited by CBS, the campaign would be one of the harshest yet against Iranian energy infrastructure during the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. CBS reported, adding that there was discussion about concluding the strikes before financial markets open on Monday. Nutsy Chimp says, cat and mouse, mouse and cat. Corn Dog says, don't tease me. Adam G87 says, I wonder if they'll use the B2s they had ready to go last weekend. Damocles says, bombs ahoy, happy weekend. Chris says, I wonder what Iran would do in response. I am just checking some of the Iranian media right now. See if they're saying anything new. Not saying anything really new in Iranian state media. We're bringing you the latest updates. Let me mention again some of these other reports going around claiming that President Trump is considering major new strikes. I don't know that the New York Times was reporting this, by the way. A bunch of outlets were. I don't know that they were. Not seeing it there. But as I mentioned, the Wall Street Journal says that Trump has ordered the military to launch a new attack on Iran that could begin this weekend and last a few days. They said that the attack could include the Pickaxe Mountain nuclear site. The journal says Israeli intelligence believes at Pickaxe Mountain, Iran has stashed centrifuges that can be used to enrich uranium. Centrifuges. Nation Rising says, and so he tells everyone before. I mean, it's an interesting point. It's kind of striking to see this getting mentioned in all these different publications. So apparently somebody from the administration is going around, one or more people, and talking to these publications. Could this be an attempt to threaten Iran into negotiating? I don't know at this point that that would actually happen from them reading reports in the newspaper. Hey, thanks, Lori Durstein. Thank you, Lori. Bob the Bomb. Thank you, Bob the Bomb. God Frieza says 14 days of strikes. Thanks, Lori Durstein again. Thank you. Rappy Sprayberry, who says, munitions psyop, we aren't leaving empty-handed. Thank you, Sabra, who says, Israel getting off the bench. Yeah, right now, I'm not aware of any strikes right now. But at this point, we just don't know. Our viewer Human thinks it sounds like negotiate or else. Human thinks it's like a threat. Military photography writes in and said a friend said to military photography that a U.S. bomber command logistic problems with supplying U.S. military aircraft based in the U.K. with payloads. Yeah, I don't know anything about this. This is something that military photography said their friend told them. I can't really comment on that because I don't know who the friend is and whether they're reliable. Shaker, but thank you for writing in though, military photography. Thank you, Shaker as Izat, for watching. Hold on. Wall Street says Iran can just start and stop whenever they please. Michelle Lauzon said half an hour ago, my guess is they will hit in 15 or 20 minutes, which did not end up happening, as far as we know. Also, Michelle Lauzon thinks if the U.S. attacks this time, it will be crimes of war. That CBS report that Reuters was talking about. So the headline on CBS News right now, a headline on CBS News is U.S. and Israel preparing to bombard energy-related targets in Iran, sources say. That's what CBS News is saying. They're saying the U.S. and Israel are planning, it would be one of the harshest bombing campaigns to date against energy infrastructure in Iran. And CBS News says strikes are possible throughout the weekend. Jigar thinks not tonight, but today is possible. However, like a number of the other stories, this story from CBS News also says President Trump has yet to give the final go-ahead. Lucky says, what has taken so long? Our viewer Shank says, no amount of bombing is going to cause the IRGC to negotiate. The only solution is troops on the ground and the loss of hundreds of thousands of American dead. Thank you for watching, Pascal Cretes. Truthway says bluff action. An Iranian state media is reporting about these U.S. media reports. David Joe Klotz thinks the IRGC as a fighting force is more myth than reality. I should show you another thing here. Hold on. In case you hadn't heard, by the way, for those who haven't heard, this happened in the last several hours, I believe. That's when I heard about it, like an hour or two ago. Justice Department moves to drop case against ex-Olympian charged with damaging reflecting pool. This is being widely reported. Also, you can find the actual court ruling, I believe, is online. The Justice Department moved today to dismiss a criminal case that had charged a former Olympian with deliberately damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. And the Justice Department said evidence that prosecutors had recently received refuted the idea that vandals were to blame. Government lawyers said in a 20-page court filing that additional documents provided by the Interior Department since the indictment of David Hearn show that the damage in the reflecting pool was the result of a botched installation by a contractor, as well as the rush to complete the project prior to events associated with the America 250 celebration in the weeks surrounding Independence Day 2026. In addition, a recent visual inspection revealed damage throughout the pool, including in the middle where prosecutors say a vandal would likely not have attempted to peel the lining. The filing from U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro asked a judge to formally dismiss the case and said, given all of this newly discovered information, it is difficult to attribute the widespread damage to the reflecting pool to vandalism, let alone to establish the fact that fact beyond a reasonable doubt. So the Justice Department did this. They're asking that the case be dropped now. David Puckett says, always need a fall guy. Roy thinks it was vandalized, but there's not enough evidence to convict. One moment. Yeah, same headline on Reuters. U.S. says contractor caused reflecting pool damage, drops case against former Olympian. Flawed work by a contractor caused the liner of the newly renovated Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool to peel, President Trump's administration said in a court filing today, in the filing, the Justice Department moved to drop its case against David Hearn, a former U.S. Olympian who had been accused of vandalizing the pool. By the way, a quick thanks to Christopher Severs. Christopher says enough messing around already. He's talking about with the U.S. and Iran. Sounds like Christopher wants the U.S. to do this bombing campaign. Thanks to the Theb T. Skink, or the BT Skink, who thinks it's an embarrassing that the DOJ expected anyone to buy the reflecting pool case. Also, thanks Maury Sparks, who says, do you think we will bomb the Caspian Sea ports in Iran this go around to help limit the stuff being sent between Iran and Russia? I have no reporting on that. All I've seen is multiple outlets say new round of strikes. They claim it's being planned between the U.S. and Israel, but President Trump has not made a final decision yet. And they say that they could attack energy facilities. That might be a focus. No one said anything about the Caspian Sea, although who knows? Should pull up my map. Here is my map, your map, our map. Google Maps, what it is. There's Iran. There's the Caspian Sea up here. There's Russia. Thanks also to ScanRock. Do you think the Navy could bring those carriers to Iran because they get all three carriers can close? I haven't heard about any new carriers going to the Middle East. Aren't there two there? Is that what it is? Again, I haven't heard anything about anything more being considered. Currently, there are. Oh, are there three? I have to look this up. Maybe there are three there right now. I thought one left at some point. I don't remember. I have to go consult some site that I would trust about these kind of things. I have not heard any reporting suggesting that President Trump is, say, waiting for some other forces to get to the region. There's none of that kind of reporting. Paolo says there are two carriers right now. At some point, I had a page I could go to say that it showed it, but maybe I'll try to find it later. Nina Drew says another Friday night. Oh, there was an interesting post I was going to show you, which I think is helpful in discussing how Iran might respond if this happens. Let me show you this post. I have mentioned him before, Danny Citrinowicz at Citrinowicz. He is a Middle East and national security and intelligence expert. He is with INSS Hebrew, and I think that's Institute of Strategic Studies Hebrew, and also non-resident fellow Atlantic Council. I find his analysis interesting of the conflict, but he thinks that if the U.S. were to strike Iran's energy infrastructure, he thinks that that's not going to get them to surrender, and that they would escalate possibly quite a lot if that happened. He says he thinks expanding the campaign to include civilian and economic infrastructure is unlikely to produce a different strategic outcome. He thinks Iran will undoubtedly absorb severe economic damage from such strikes, but it is equally likely to respond by increasing the costs for adversaries. He says rather than surrendering, Iran will seek to impose comparable pain on the Gulf states through attacks on critical infrastructure and by maintaining pressure on the world's two most important maritime choke points. The Strait of Hormuz will simply not simply reopen, nor will the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Danny thinks there's no military silver bullet to the Iran challenge. He says the leadership in Iran has consistently demonstrated that it is prepared to absorb extraordinary costs rather than negotiate from a position of perceived weakness. And this is what I wanted to mention right here. He thinks if the U.S. starts striking energy sites in Iran, he thinks, if anything, Tehran is more likely to escalate in an effort to establish a new deterrence equation. That could include a broader campaign against energy infrastructure across the region by Iran, and potentially even attacks on highly sensitive strategic facilities, including nuclear sites. So what he's saying is, if the U.S. or the U.S. and Israel attack Iran's energy infrastructure, he thinks Iran's going to want to escalate itself, and then possibly, escalate a bunch to deter the U.S. and Israel in the future. Now, Spearsall says so they would do exactly what we've seen all along. Well, we certainly did see a lot of attacks by Iran on energy infrastructure at the start of the war when the U.S. and Israel were bombing intensely. By the way, I'll post a link to his feed in the chat. I do find Danny's analysis quite interesting. So I'll post a link to his page in the chat. It's Citrinowicz. 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 I appreciate Danny letting me show you his analysis. But he has said that consistently. By the way, and I really like his analysis, that's not just his view. I think that's a pretty common view out there, that if the U.S. escalates, Iran's going to escalate back. There's been reporting on this lately saying that Trump has considered escalating, but that's a big, reason against it. Douthis says they have every other time. Thanks to Shaq Nagy 22, who says, stop thinking about ground invasions. Drones are bad for our troops' health. He worries that U.S. troops could be targeted by Iranian drones if they were there. Thanks, Bob Pacheco. Bob says, why no protests in the streets against the Iran war like there was re-Palestine? Thank you, Bob the Bomb, for your support for shouting out the moderators. Thank you, Scanrock. How close do you think the Navy could bring those carriers to Iran? I don't know how it works with. It's a good question. What kind of positioning they do, how far away, and what do they think the ideal positioning is? That I don't know, and I can't go. I don't believe I can go to a marine tracker and see like where the aircraft carriers are. It's a good. I wish I had better information for you, Scanrock. Thanks again, Maurice Sparks. It is, guys, it's 4:08. It's 4:08. If it's going to happen tonight, it's got to happen soon. It is 4:09 Iran time. Really only an hour basically till daylight there. Well, till sunrise. It's interesting, all these stories came out about how President Trump was considering this or has ordered it. Worco Sanchez thinks they would definitely hit the missiles before the power plants. Evan Evans thinks there will be nothing today. Jennifer Coleman says we started the war in the morning after the daylight. Wasn't it about midnight when that attack happened? I forget. Midnight Eastern time. It was announced at 6:35 UTC. Yeah, so it was I think it was daylight Iran time when the strikes happened on the 28th. Mara Scott thinks they can't do it tonight because Shabbat is until tomorrow night. The weekly holiday in Israel, you're saying? Yeah. Again, CNN says the U.S. is planning fresh strikes on Iran as soon as this weekend. They said that the precise scope of the strikes and potential targets were not clear, and both officials said the U.S. strikes could be called off. Maybe we could take a quick look. I don't think it's that long. At what I know President Trump was asked about Iran today. Oh, I don't even know if it's there. There it is. Let's see if I can pinpoint when he talked about it. Uh-oh. Why is there not?
We are doing great with our military. They spent a lot of money because many of those people are criminals in the United States. We have no know what they're doing. So your drug prices are great. Congratulate everybody for being, and where we're doing capacity. Well, why is there so many? Sources of power.
Hang on.
I was thinking the World Cup. In big parts of the Middle East and perhaps other strikes.
Here. Okay, so let me show you when President Trump talked. I don't think it was for that long, but earlier today he was at Camp David having a cabinet meeting, and I guess it did at least part of it in front of the press. And President Trump was asked about Iran. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to show you. This is what he had to say earlier today, hours ago. If I can get it on the screen here. Okay, this is earlier today. What I should do is put this down here. Earlier today.
Idea to start out. That's quite a picture. Did you see it?
Yeah.
So maybe that gave you the idea to start out that way, but it's quite a picture. Any questions?
Mr. President.
We've seen these strikes between Iran and the United States for the past 10 days. How do you go about reviving the ceasefire and getting diplomacy back on track?
Well, I think we just want to win. We just want to win. We're doing very well. We're trying to be nice as you can be in a situation like that. But they're being decimated. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Doesn't mean they don't have any capability. They have some, but very little. We just want to win. We don't want to have them. It's very simple. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and they can't have a nuclear weapon. If they did, the Middle East would have been wiped out by now. If I didn't stop the JCPOA, the Obama deal, if I didn't terminate that, they would have had a nuclear weapon. I believe Israel would no longer be with us and big parts of the Middle East and perhaps other countries in different continents, frankly, because these people are crazy. So they cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't.
Mr. President.
Expect over the next 4 weeks, 8 weeks?
We'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
Mr. President, on the disarmament deal that you announced,
So he said, we're going to be hitting them very hard, and at some point they'll just say we can't take it anymore. He also said we just want to win. We just want to win. I don't know if he said answered any other questions about Iran. Let me just see here. Thomas Wiley says, I don't think that's going to happen.
They've gone to prison for were treated. They've agreed to not have a fund.
I'm just seeing.
As soon as they well, everybody agrees to it. They understand it. That was their entire Navy, 159.
Oh, I think it's another. All right, I think we have another question on Iran from today. I think this is another question on Iran from today.
We'll probably hear from them too, yeah.
Mr. President, back on Iran, there's a report that you got a proposal from the military to go big and hit them hard over 10 or 14 days.
Well, we're going big.
Are you going to consider?
We've already gone big. Look, I mean, what's big? They had 159 ships. That was their entire Navy, 159. Their entire Navy is laying at the bottom of the sea. I'd say that's going big. They had 200 airplanes. They're all gone, every one of them. They're not one airplane. They had anti-aircraft weaponry, very good, but it didn't work. And it's all gone. Their radar is all gone. Their leaders are all gone. Everything's all gone. But they'll fight onward.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, you said the other day that you're not sure about whether to grant Ukraine.
He was asked if they have plans to go big. He said, we've already gone big. Hang on.
8,600. You read that 5. So when you Patriot, we have everything's all done. But they'll fight on missiles were shot. 8,000 and we shot all 5,000 of them. So you have to be very judicious. I don't have to help you with that.
Hold on a second. Just seeing if he did any other Iran questions.
Weapons that they had, does that go to the new government?
Very good people, we're the best people, but we're in there talking about nuclear for 7 hours. I say, why do you need 7? You can take 10 minutes, you have 5 minutes, you should solve it. But 7 hours, and then they'll go out, and I'll say, we discussed nuclear, and they'll go out and they'll say, we never.
Here, hold on.
You always have to keep your guard up.
What is the status of talks? Who is from the administration?
Oh, more Iran questions. A couple more Iran questions from today. Here you go.
Led by some amazing people. Board of Peace.
On Iran, Mr. President, you said they do have some capabilities left.
Yeah.
Should Americans be prepared for these back and forth attacks to continue until Iran simply isn't able of striking back?
They'll get weaker. They'll get a little stronger maybe now, but they'll get weaker, and then they peter out. Yeah, sure. I think so. I mean, it'd be foolish to say no. You always have to keep your guard up.
What is the status of talks? Who from the administration?
Well, they
is
always
talking
want to talk,
Iran?
but they break their word so often. Steve is talking. Jared, we have very good people. JD's involved, very strongly involved. We have great people talking. Marco's involved.
Because they say talks aren't happening.
Very good people. We're the best people, but they'll make a deal. As an example, we'll talk about nuclear. And we'll be in there talking about nuclear for 7 hours. I say, why do you need 7? You can take 10 minutes. You have 5 minutes. You should solve it. But 7 hours, and then they'll go out, and I'll say, they discussed nuclear. And they'll go out and they'll say, we never discussed nuclear. And I say, why do they say that? All they do is make me angry. You know, they just make me angry. Any other questions?
Do you still believe that you can reach a deal with Iran, given that you talked about?
Yes, you can. I mean, look, I'm losing faith in them because they do lie and they do misrepresent. Well, the other day, the 5 missiles were shot. We knocked them down, but we were in the midst of a negotiation. I mean, I'm waiting for Steve to call me. How's the negotiation going? And instead, I got a call from Pete that they just shot 5 missiles at one of our bases in Jordan. You know, we have bases in Jordan. Fortunately, our people operated the equipment. It's also very complex to operate. You know, you talk about the equipment. It's you have to be, oftentimes you see, when did you go to school? MIT, Caltech. I mean, you know, they go to schools that are not as normal for the military, to be honest with you. We have unbelievably brilliant people operating that equipment. And when you don't, you know, the equipment, the shots miss, the safety misses, or the accuracy misses. We have unbelievable people. Think of it, we had 111 at one point, a couple of months ago. 111 over a short period of time, missiles were shot at the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. Great, beautiful ship. One of the most beautiful ships to me, design-wise. 111 missiles going out. Out of the 111 missiles, 111 missiles were shot down quite a bit earlier than they got. I mean, long before they got there. They were shot down. It was almost, in a couple of cases, they were shot down almost as they were taking off. It's incredible technology. So you have a ship that costs billions of dollars, and you have missiles heading to it. 111 missiles were shot down, routinely shot down. And I spoke to the people. I like to reward people. I call them up. I'm the president. And they were cool as a cucumber.
Mr. President, the last 2 weeks of strikes by CENTCOM has said that those were meant to degrade Iran's ability to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz. How many more strikes will it take to significantly?
Well, you never know. Look, I mean, most people would have given up by now. You know, they've got no Navy, they got no Air Force. Most people would have given up. They haven't. So I give them credit for that. I mean, they're known as being tough. They're tough.
Back on Ukraine, what did you tell President Zelensky about the pay?
All right. let's see if this. I think that might be it for the questions, but all right, that was it. So he at one point he said that, didn't he say Iran was getting? He said they're getting him angry. Didn't he say they're getting me angry? And he said he was losing faith in them. He said. That was today. So, I mean, you can't really tell from that if something's going to happen this weekend. He did say we're going to hit them hard, but he didn't specifically talk about energy infrastructure or anything. Although these reports that came out that Trump was considering major attacks this weekend, this was all like a few hours ago. Old Hickory thinks he has said that 111 times. Citizen John Public says no reports of heavy bombing yet. Yes, it is currently 4:24. 4:24 a.m. Iran time. I have not heard about any strikes yet tonight in Iran. We are waiting to see what happens. All right, give me a moment here. We're bringing you live coverage. I'm checking to see if there's any more reports out about Iran. If you missed it before, the Wall Street Journal reports that President Trump has ordered the military to launch a fresh attack on Iran that could be as soon as this weekend, and it'll last a few days. They say that, the Wall Street Journal, one potential target is Pickaxe Mountain. ABC News says Trump is weighing a round of intense strikes on energy targets in Iran that could begin as soon as this weekend. They say it's unclear whether Israel might be involved in these strikes. This would be a major escalation. I mean, how many weeks? Trump has talked about going after power plants and bridges for weeks, by the way. For months, I believe. Stephanie Kimber Hooper says it hasn't worked in the last 5 months. I doubt it'll be any different this time. Yeah, William Bowser, I talked about this earlier. The oil market is closed for the weekend. But when this news started coming out about President Trump reportedly considering new attacks over the weekend, around that time, oil did go up, I'm guessing on the news. That is from tradingview.com, and you can see there around 5 p.m., Brent crude oil went up from around 88 to above 90 and ended up around 91. But the oil market is closed for the weekend. Dave Webb says, go big. By the way, thank you to, hold on a second here. Kendra Fox over there on Twitch. I really appreciate it, Kendra Fox. Thank you. Our viewer thinks, True Blunts, is it? Thinks that if True Blunts, I think, said if the U.S. would attack Iran's energy, then the Gulf will go up in flames. True Blunt, am I remembering that right? The comment flew by and I can't find it. Oh, True Blunt says if the U.S. strikes Iran's energy, the Gulf would go up in flames. The Rugged Ridge says he also said it was only going to last a few weeks. Not seeing anything about it at the moment. Thanks to Abhay, our viewer in the UAE. Our viewer, hold on here. Abhay Raval from the UAE, who says, I think I should leave the UAE for a week. Stay safe there. Also, hey, Ruth, our moderator. Thank you so much, Ruth. That's so nice of you. Thanks to you and all the moderators for modding. And thanks for your support. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Ruth. Spearsall says, seems quiet, too quiet. I'm going to take 1 minute. Just Zen says it's too quiet. It must be a trap. I'm going to take 1 minute here. So it's 4:31 a.m. right now. 4:31 a.m. Iran time. And we are, David says, exasperatingly quiet. We are keeping an eye on the clock and keeping an eye out for, will there be new U.S. attacks? All right, give me just 1 minute. I just need 1 minute. I'm coming right back. 1 minute, and I'm coming back with more coverage. Okay, we're back. Whole other interesting question is why? So why did it get leaked? You know, a bunch of these different articles say that President Trump is considering these major strikes and that he's considering hitting energy infrastructure and he's considering doing it this weekend and it's possible that Israel will be involved. And again, the Wall Street Journal story claims that he's actually told the military to do it already. So who is going around, what U.S. officials are going around talking to these different outlets and why? Now, somebody might say, oh, it's a trick to try to get Iran to be scared and then say, okay, we'll negotiate. I don't know at this point. I find it hard to believe at this point that with everything that's gone on before, that Iran is going to read some stories claiming attacks are being considered and then say, oh, well, that's it. We got to give up. We give up. You can have everything you want. Smokey Bear think that's what it is. Yeah, you know, and Stanislav says maybe that's why they were at Camp David. I know there was a cabinet meeting at Camp David. For an hour, they talked in front of the cameras. But I think they were at Camp David longer than an hour. Yeah, and actually, because like the Wall Street Journal said in their article, they said that, again, they claim that President Trump has already ordered this new attack. And they said he authorized the plan that was presented to him at the retreat today. I did wonder last night why they were going today to Camp David. I don't know if it has anything to do with this, and if it was like a big thing with the war. Diggin says real war plans do not get leaked. Scooty Mac says, but it's happening today. Thank you, Gulnaz Imran Travels. Or Gulnaz Imran Travels. Thanks for being a member. Also, thanks Nashinas26, who says, help is on the way was directed to the regime in Iran, I guess. People better worry about bridges and energy facilities. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers, by the way. Mostly Moss, Jan Joel, Wall Street Shaggy, General Phantoms, Devil Doc, Matthew Kohai 3. Zing Dingaling. Scooty Mac, we did a whole multi-hour stream last night on the situation in Spain. So feel free to go and watch that if you want. We did a bunch of coverage on that last night. Thank you. I'll say J Bolt. J Bolt says it hasn't worked before to put stuff out there to try to scare Iran, you're saying? Thanks, Simp Nasty Scrimp, for being a member, for being a subscriber. Sandy Doggo on Twitch. Thank you, all of our Twitch subscribers. Sing Dingaling, Spearslaw, Spearslol, Aaron Weirdo as well. All right, let's see if we have any updates. It's pretty quiet right now. I don't know what this is about. I've seen a couple of these kind of posts I'll have to see if there's anything from Israeli media. I've seen a couple of these kind of posts from Iranian state media where they say, hold on, I'll show you. Tasnim, Iran state media, says Israeli media outlets are reporting on a security incident involving soldiers from the Israeli regime. However, these sources have not provided any details about the nature of the incident or its source. I don't know if that's true. Sometimes when stuff happens with Israeli soldiers, it can take hours for it to come out, because I believe sometimes the government there will put a hold on reporting stuff about it and say, don't report about it. I haven't heard of an incident being reported by Israeli media. We'll see if we hear something. Hiking with Dog says, too many in the chat want to see a ground invasion with possibly hundreds or thousands of lives lost. Checking some of the messages people have sent in. Paulo says crickets from CENTCOM. I don't know that we'd normally hear from them, though, if nothing was going on. Lenny Bruce says, why else would they intentionally leak it? You mean, like, if they weren't trying to scare Iran? I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people have mixed feelings about it. It's a good question as to how this story would start coming out. Seems like if you're planning on a major offensive, it's non-ideal to have it be announced beforehand. You know, if this is airstrikes, I mean, unless they think there's nothing that the element of surprise is going to really get them. If they're destroying facilities or something, I'm not sure. Now, our viewer Merv says this. Now, I can't verify this. Merv did not send me a source. Merv claims that multiple war veterans and military experts say the GBU-57 won't do the damage needed to destroy Pickaxe Mountain. It would require the B-61 variable yield nuclear bunker busting bomb. I have read before. I think we've read articles on the streams where there's talk about it's unclear if U.S. weaponry could seriously damage Pickaxe Mountain or meet all of the U.S. goals for attacking it. I would have to look that up, though. Reuters says it is a tunnel facility. There's a tunnel facility under it at Pickaxe Mountain that has not been targeted by the U.S. And the site is linked to Iran's nuclear program. Construction on it began at around 2020, says Reuters, or in 2020. Yeah, so Reuters had an article about Pickaxe Mountain. This wasn't even that long ago. Hold on. And they said this. Here. Pickaxe Mountain. What is Pickaxe Mountain, the Iran nuclear link site threatened by Trump? Something they said here is towards the bottom. They said, if I can pull it up here, experts assess. Oops, I'm going to have to highlight the bottom for you. There's the end of the article. Hold on. Look at this. It says, how might the site be attacked? Experts assess the deeply buried complex is beyond the reach of the most powerful bunker buster bombs in the U.S. arsenal. ISIS, that's not ISIS. That's looks like probably a research group. Where is it there? Institute for Science and International Security. They said the site would be more suitable for ground forces to attack or sabotage, but that vulnerabilities may also exist that could be exploited by deep earth penetrating weapons via aerial attacks. You can see Sam Layer at Foreign Policy Research Institute, who reviewed recent satellite imagery of Pickaxe Mountain, told Reuters that increasing the strength of the tunnel entrances would complicate targeting it with penetrating munitions such as bunker busters. This group, we talked about this before in the article. The Institute for Science and International Security said that the site features two pairs of entrances which are assumed to lead to one facility estimated to be at least 100 meters under the mountain. The site is believed to have extensive hardening of tunnel entrances. The Institute for Science and International Security said its assessment was the facility was not yet operational, but that construction continued there and that it was unclear when it could be operational. It said if Iran started to rebuild its centrifuge manufacturing capability, it could plan to install a smaller centrifuge assembly facility in Pickaxe Mountain, able to serve as a nuclear weapons program. Anyways, I don't know if that's going to be something that we see targeted. I mean, we've heard about President Trump said several weeks ago that the U.S. was going to target it in the near future. I remember watching him. He had one appearance where he repeatedly said that the U.S. was going to target Pickaxe Mountain. The peak of Pickaxe Mountain rises some 1,600 meters above sea level. I don't know what the altitude of the base of the mountain is. It is 2 miles, about 1.2 miles from Natanz nuclear complex and about 140 miles south of Tehran. The thing about Pickaxe Mountain, I don't know that if the goal is to get Iran to negotiate, I mean, I don't think Iran would be happy about the U.S. attacking Pickaxe Mountain. I don't know that that's going to get them to negotiate. But who knows? Bad Bison thinks it's granite. You're not getting through 260 feet of it. Miss Link thinks they need special forces inside the mountain, and I don't hope for that. Matt says they're going to speed up now. You mean speed up construction at the mountain? Iron Rod thinks destroying Pickaxe is impossible, a pipe dream. $4:47. Guys, it's 4:47 Iran time. Sunrise in about 20 minutes. No word on any attacks tonight by the U.S. on Iran. One of our viewers said OG Smirnov, definitely possible with nuclear bunker busters. That's what they are made for. You're talking about damaging Pickaxe Mountain? I mentioned before Denver Airport. They now report Denver Airport. Denver Airport now says the possible security threat has been cleared. Our viewer Philly thinks attack at dawn. Christopher Walker thinks Iran will not negotiate, so a ground invasion will be coming soon. 4:49 right now. We usually don't see, I mean, sometimes you have these reports that come out that say the US is considering attacks. You usually don't see like this many outlets get it all at once and have it kind of similar. It's kind of weird that we have so many different outlets saying that the US is planning new strikes and that they could be as soon as this weekend, and they could involve energy targets. I mean, you might see like one or two sources saying something, but this is a lot. Himster says seems fishy. Oh, Lara says distraction. It's a MC because it's a bluff. Yeah, I don't think you're going to see any U.S. warships on marine traffic. So, I mean, I can show you what marine traffic looks like. I don't think it's going to be particularly helpful in this case. I should give you the latest numbers from the Strait of Hormuz and Bab al-Mandeb Strait. And that's what, oops, hold on, I'll show you here. Where is it? There's the Strait of Hormuz and Bab al-Mandeb Strait, Persian Gulf and Red Sea. Scott Zero says if the military can leak to the news, then it's a fail. Flatchy Guy says breaking news, we are waiting for hours again. Dragon Bane thinks it's a cover-up for IDF Special Forces operations. Hang on, what I'm going to do is pull up the JIC report. Here's today's JIC, Joint Maritime Information Center advisory. U.S., I believe, is part of the Joint Maritime Information Center organization. But I want to go down here to, they have a report every day of ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. So on July 29th, which was yesterday, a total of 4 cargo vessels and 4 tankers went through. Now remember, before the war, I think about 120 ships a day went through. On July 28th, it was 2 cargo vessels and no tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. The 27th, 2 cargo vessels, no tankers. 26th, 2 tankers, 1 cargo vessel, and so forth. You can actually see this is the Strait of Hormuz transits chart for the last 3 months. So things when the memorandum was signed, things started to get back up there. Early June, looks like. Early June? No, early July and late June, I think that is. But now it's down here. And then this is the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which is at the end of the southern end of the Red Sea. Remember, the Houthis have attacked a few, it looks like multiple Saudi ships in the Red Sea. That hasn't dropped too much, a bit recently, as you can see, but each of these is 5 ships. It's 4:55, guys. It is 4:55 a.m. Are we going to be waiting all weekend to see what's going to happen? Hey, thanks to Bud Carlo from the UK. Thank you, Bud Carlo. Also, Gulnaz. Did I think Gulnaz Imran Travels? I think I did already for being a member. Ferrito thinks nothing is going to happen over the weekend. Here is the last 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz, but I will warn you that this is ships that have their tracking on. There could be ships moving around without their tracking on, especially if ships try to sneak through the strait. This is the last 24 hours. I mean, JIS said 8 ships went through in 24 hours. Well, I don't know if the 24 hours matches up, but it would not be surprising to see a few ships go through. There's not a lot of ships going back and forth through. We can see that. This is marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. This is the last 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz. Buckeye Boy saying something's going to happen, but it's not an attack so much. And a number of the ships that seem to be moving through are up in the northern route, which is the route that Iran wants ships to take and approves. You basically don't see any with their transponders on going on the southern route, which is closer to Oman. That's the route that I believe the U.S. wants ships to take. Yeah, Jeffrey Smith says all passing on the Iran side. Now, there could be ships that passed on the Oman side and just made it through without their transponder on. At the same time, again, JIC said that there were 8 all day and 8 in a 24-hour period the day before today. Tankers and cargo going both ways through the strait. Don Stellan thinks the U.S. will do nothing. All right, so took a little look at that from marine traffic. Were there big strikes in Iran a few hours ago? I didn't hear about anything. It's almost 5 a.m. Look, it's almost 5 a.m. Iran time. In 10 seconds, it's going to be 5 a.m. Iran time. It is 5 a.m. Iran time. Fletch thinks nothing is going to happen over the weekend. KC Man thinks the smart thing would be to have no more bombing and no more war. Anyways, we're getting very close to daylight. If you think that the U.S. is not going to strike during daylight, then you probably don't think it's going to happen anytime until the nighttime again. GTC says it's coming. The large buildup isn't for nothing. May not be tonight, but I think soon. Our viewer Corn Dog thinks this is more games to try to get a deal. Devil Doc thinks Iran has no incentive to make a deal. Jerry Kovac says just a bit past 9:30 Eastern time and all is well. All is quiet that we can tell. I've seen really nothing about anything from Iranian state media. Nothing. Iran state media has been reporting on these U.S. outlets saying that Trump has ordered attacks or Trump is considering new attacks this weekend. Hasseldehoff says, do we have ammo left? Shin posted something a couple hours ago. Said Summer Rose. I didn't see that. I'll look and see if I can find it, but Shin said on 2 hours ago, several aircraft have left Mehrabad Airport. I don't know what that's about. We're getting very, very close to sunrise, like the next 10 minutes for, well, Tehran is what? 512. I think Bandar Abbas is 509. It's 503 right now. Das Ledge says, how many supposed deals are we up to now? Planet says, Art of the Keel? Jonathan After Dark thinks Trump wants a draft for the war? I have not heard that. True Blunts thinks Iran holds all the cards. Yeah, we're not hearing much now. We had all these stories floating around U.S. media saying Trump is considering or has decided on an attack on Iran. Again, Axios said today Trump is seriously considering launching attacks against energy targets in Iran in the next few days. In the next few days. Hey, thanks to Jesus UCSB, who says, Army vet here, thanks for your service. I find it adorable, all these war hawks asking to go big, not knowing men and women are sacrificing it all. Be smart. Wave Logic says, this is no easy tack. Many will perish. I think Trump is done with that. I think he's having a hard time with that, says Wave Logic. Canada Stew says America needs to go home with its tail between its legs. I'm not hearing about Iranian attacks either the last few hours. Nothing. One of our viewers said China stopped it. All right, it's 5:08. It's just getting to be sunrise in Iran and a bunch of places now. All right, let me just take one more minute here. Taking one more minute, as it is almost 5:09, it's just about sunrise in Tehran. I think it's 5:09 in Tehran is sunrise. If not, maybe Bandar Abbas. So 5:09. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. Five 10 a.m. Iran time. No strikes yet, in spite of numerous U.S. outlets saying that President Trump is either planning or has already decided to carry out a new round of strikes on Iran. Number of news outlets say it could include energy strikes. Israel could be involved. Interesting, a number of them say also it could be a few days. You'd think, though, if it's like a few days, they might want to just do it during the weekend and not get into the market opening. I mean, that's what CBS News, you can see here from Reuters. It's the U.S. and Israel are planning a bombing campaign against energy infrastructure targets in Tehran, with strikes possible throughout the weekend, CBS News reported on Friday, citing sources. U.S. President Trump has yet to give the final go-ahead. The campaign would want to be one of the harshest yet against Iranian energy infrastructure during the war in Iran, CBS reported, adding there was a discussion about concluding the strikes before financial markets open on Wednesday. But at this point, I mean, if there's no strikes overnight, you're already into Saturday here. I don't know if you're going to do these major strikes, you're going to be able to contain it to the weekend. Well, the stocks opens Monday, but the oil market opens on Sunday. Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. See if I can find any other updates. But very little coming from Iranian state media. User says not much time to get the job done. Sober Party says under a full moon they will wait for no moon. Thomas Wiley thinks it seems like a stall tactic on Trump's part. PETA says the question is, are we winning? Bark Protocol says, took a nap. Are we still tacoing? CNN had also reported U.S. planning fresh strikes on Iran as soon as this weekend, U.S. officials say. Now, our viewer, I do agree with this. I mean, our viewer said, where is it here? I just saw a comment and now I can't find it. Where is the comment I was looking for? Jerry Simaglia says they are targeting energy targets in Iran. Could happen any time of day. It could. Who knows? Is Trabbit says, who says they can't do strikes in the daylight? Bloomberg points out that President Trump, has frequently threatened sweeping escalation only to shift his stance soon afterward. Also, they point out, as others do as well, that there are reports of depleted U.S. munitions from the war. Chief Hung says, bet they were expecting a night attack. Our viewer Grendelmort says daylight strikes could happen if they are waiting on energy plants to come under full load for max effect. 5:19 a.m., guys. Lori Durstein says, I just don't believe him. He has cried wolf one too many times. Very quiet. Navy Mike thinks there will be a ground invasion, maybe on one of the islands. The country is way too big for us to launch a ground invasion. Mike does not agree with the people in the chat who are saying there's going to be a big ground invasion in Iran. He thinks it'll be, well, he means not on one of the islands in mainland Iran. Nav Neet Sharma thinks no attacks a waste of time. S. Max does not agree about ground invasion. Hang on a moment here. By the way, President Trump had announced this Hamas deal yesterday, but it's not clear how that's going to go. And what exactly has been agreed to. You can see here, AP says Trump announces deal for Hamas to disarm in Gaza, but hurdles and uncertainty remain. Hamas said today, after President Trump made an announcement yesterday, that it had reached an agreement to disarm, a significant move that could help to end the war in Gaza, but one that will face many hurdles and could take a long time to achieve at all. They say Israel has still not commented on the deal, which President Trump announced yesterday. I'm going to get some more on that for you. Here, look at this. This is from AP. Hamas says it will disarm if Israel halts strikes and withdraws from Gaza, but obstacles remain. It also says expectations of implementation are low. Hamas said laying down its heavy weapons, which would come later in the process, was dependent on the creation of a Palestinian state, something Israel's government adamantly rejects. Israel has not officially commented on the deal. But progress stalled, with Israel saying everything hinges on Hamas disarming, and Hamas accusing Israel of violating the agreement by continuing to carry out regular strikes on Gaza. Disarming would represent a sea change for Hamas, says AP, whose founding charter calls for armed resistance against Israel. and which sees its arsenal, including rockets, anti-tank missiles, and explosives, as lying at the heart of its identity. Meanwhile, Israel appears unlikely to pull back significant forces or make other concessions ahead of its October elections. Neil Killiam, a Middle East expert at London's Chatham House, said expectations are low that Hamas will actually disarm or that Israel will withdraw from Gaza. This expert said, I think that Netanyahu's silence on this deal that Trump announced speaks volumes. This is a massive decision he has to make. But with the prospect of the elections hanging over his head, with several cabinet ministers and opposition leaders already counseling him not to go ahead with the deal, Quilliam says, I think he understands that going along with the deal would likely scupper his chances of re-election. In announcing the latest deal on social media, Trump said it would be carried out in carefully structured phases. He wrote, as disarmament is completed, Israeli forces will withdraw, and the International Stabilization Force will work with a new Palestinian force to take responsibility for Gaza being safe for its residents and neighbors. Look what it says down here. It could take years for Hamas to disarm. While Gaza's police force is expected to hand over its arms, that doesn't include the vast majority of Hamas militants, and heavy weaponry is not included in that part of the agreement. And a U.S. official said Israel has been deeply skeptical about Hamas's willingness to give up its guns or relinquish control of Gaza. Let me just show you here. So talking about that article talks about some difficulties that are foreseen in implementing this Hamas disarmament deal in Gaza. Here is what President Trump had posted about that. NYLIXIRR says, thanks to the Board of Peace. All right, so here's what President Trump posted yesterday. Yesterday, President Trump said, today the Board of Peace reached a historic agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza. This is a monumental step toward lasting peace and security. This agreement, he said, is a critical step towards Gaza finally being governed by a new Palestinian government that will work closely with the Board of Peace to help the Palestinian people. At the same time, Israel will have the security it deserves, with Gaza no longer used as a base for terror attacks on Israel. This is a major milestone in the implementation of the Trump 20-point plan. The agreement will be carried out carefully in carefully structured phases. As disarmament is completed, Israeli forces will withdraw, and the International Stabilization Force will work with a new Palestine police force to take responsibility for Gaza being safe responsibility for Gaza being safe for its residents and its neighbors. 1 year ago, there was a violent, raging war, humanitarian crisis, and hostage kept in brutal captivity. We have made historic progress, and there is still much to do. He also says, I want to thank the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, for their important efforts, and especially my outstanding team, whose tireless work made this historic breakthrough possible. The threat that emerged from Gaza on October 7th will not be allowed to rebuild. And then at the bottom it says, right at the bottom. You can't even see it on the screen. It says, congratulations to all on this amazing development that everybody said could never be achieved. So Trump said that this is a deal for complete disarmament of Hamas. And it also is a deal that would end up with Israel withdrawing from Gaza. Speed Wiener says Donald is doing the impossible. Blackfoot Fred says, well, what a nice story. Pixie Lou says empty words. CJ Mosca says another pretend deal? A bunch of you seem skeptical. Drunken Monk says Israel won't stop until Palestine is theirs. The Wall Street Journal had some reporting on this today. What did they say? They had an article and they said that Trump's optimism ran up against skepticism in Israel. Wall Street Journal says in Israel, many are deeply distrustful that Hamas will willingly disarm. Also, Netanyahu, who I guess has not even commented on this deal yet. According to Wall Street Journal, Netanyahu is reluctant to accept any plan short of Hamas's complete surrender. Also, the Wall Street Journal said the National Security Minister of Israel said Friday the draft agreement is not acceptable to Israel. Also, Hamas said, I think I have the Hamas statement on this deal. Hold on. Let me pull that up. I think I have the Hamas statement. I should be able to get it. Hang on. Oh, sorry. Okay, this is from Hamas. This was from this morning. Well, this morning, this is from today. It's morning U.S. time. So I have in front of me the statement from Hamas about this deal that Trump announced. Let's see if I can get this on the screen for you. Okay. Is this it? Press release, Hamas and the Palestinian factions have dealt responsibly and positively with the negotiation process and the mediators' proposals to complete the implementation of the second phase of the ceasefire agreement, and with a national consensus among the Palestinian factions in which the spirit of partnership and responsibility was manifested, stemming from our keenness to protect our people, meet their humanitarian needs, and preserve their national rights. The occupation's commitment to stop the killing, that's Israel, and end its attacks is the basic entry point. And the first step, they say, the first step is that Israel needs to stop its killing and end its attacks. The first step to proceed with implementation and to begin settling the framework and timetable for what has been agreed upon, while emphasizing that the implementation of the second phase of the agreement is dependent on Israel's commitment to implementing all the provisions of the first phase. Okay, they say the agreement to include the heavy weapons file within the framework of the agreement was linked to and conditional on stopping all forms of aggression, withdrawing from the Gaza Strip, achieving early recovery, the entry of the Administrative Committee, the deployment of international protection forces, dissolving the armed gangs and militias formed in the occupation, reconstruction, guaranteeing the right to self-determination. Guaranteeing the right to self-determination. Establishing an independent Palestinian state. Yeah, so the way I'm reading this, if I'm reading this right, I'll check on this. I think Hamas is saying we're only going to give up our heavy weapons if all this other stuff happens. Isn't that what it's basically saying there? And then one of those things is establishing an independent Palestinian state. Again, this is a statement from Hamas from today. Let me see if I can confirm that. I just have to look. Now, I don't know if it's a different statement. The Wall Street Journal claimed that Hamas said it will only give up its heavy weapons and it did not pledge to hand over its light arms such as assault rifles. I have to look that up. Reuters says Trump hails Gaza deal while Hamas and Israeli officials see hurdles. A senior Hamas official involved in the negotiation told Reuters implementation of the deal would depend on Israel first meeting its commitments under an agreement reached last year that bound it to a phased end to military operations and withdrawal of its forces from Gaza. And then an Israeli official said that Israel's position remained there will be no withdrawal whatsoever of the IDF from the current yellow line unless Hamas undergoes a genuine disarmament. See what it's saying there? So a Hamas official says, if I'm reading this right, that Hamas won't start disarming until Israel withdraws from Gaza. But Israel is saying, we're not going to withdraw from Gaza unless Hamas disarms. Also, as we read on Friday, Hamas issued a statement, which we were looking at, saying the first step towards an agreement would have to be a commitment by Israel to stopping the killing and ending its attacks. But within hours of Trump unveiling the deal, Gazan medical authorities said one Palestinian was killed and several others had been wounded in at least 2 Israeli airstrikes and by gunfire in the enclave. A Hamas official involved in the negotiations told Reuters that Hamas was ready to accept an agreement that he said was difficult and painful. But he avoided using the term disarmament and said the agreement was a comprehensive framework that would depend on Israel implementing the first phase of the Sharm el-Sheikh agreement. Under that agreement, he, from Hamas, said Israel was obliged to end its attacks on Gaza and withdraw its forces to where they stood in October, as well as increase the flow of goods and aid coming into Gaza. Only then would Hamas agree to hand over its weapons for storage by the new National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, a Palestinian technocratic body. Anyways, I don't know what to make of all this, but it seems like there's a lot that has to happen to get to a place where Hamas is disarmed and Israel has pulled out of Gaza. We might do a poll about this. Wall Street thinks Hamas wants their small arms to, where'd it go, Wall Street? To maintain control and a buffer against other groups. Boba J. Fett thinks it's a deal, and yet again a deal announced that isn't going to happen. Set to Chill thinks that deal sounds just as close as the Iranian deal is. Gary Baines thinks it's another stalemate. I'm not seeing a lot of optimism in the chat about this. Ginger says it could work. Yeah, and in the Washington Post in an article today, it says, Israel has long insisted that Hamas disarm first. Hamas has called for Israeli forces to withdraw first. The White House has not clarified yet in the last couple of days how that deadlock will be overcome. On Friday, an Israeli official, speaking on condition of anonymity, reiterated Israel's long-standing position. Israel demands the complete disarmament of Hamas, including the removal of weapons from Gaza and the full demilitarization of the Strip, as a prerequisite for any process. Yes, Hamas said in its statement that any decision to give up heavy weapons was contingent upon a variety of factors, including a complete cessation of all forms of aggression and Israel's withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. But as I said, it seemed like even more than that, because I was showing you that statement from Hamas, and it said, the agreement, if I'm reading this right, the agreement to include the heavy weapons file within the framework of the agreement, that's the third paragraph down, was linked to and conditional on Israel stopping all forms of aggression, withdrawing from the Gaza Strip, ... establishing an independent Palestinian state is on that list. Establishing an independent Palestinian state. "266 says we're a long way from that." Anyways, I am not an expert on this story and on the region. But as you can see, there are some questions and doubts about this whole agreement. Sunshine thinks Israel won't agree with that. Corn Dog says never ever going to happen. Cravon says, I guess they will keep fighting then. Also, again, from what I understand, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has still not even commented on that deal with the Hamas Israel deal announced yesterday by Trump. The New York Times says that many members of Hamas view any deal in which they would give up their weapons as tantamount to surrender. Raisback says since 2006, Israel has been calling for this. Odds it will work this time. Anyway, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like the disarming of Hamas and Israel withdrawing from Gaza is happening anytime soon. I think we can say that. I think that's safe to say. Sorry, I know it's a little off topic. I mean, I think it's related, but I did want to mention it. Dan Friend thinks market manipulation mumbling is happening yet again. Thanks to New Yorker 783 for your support. Thanks, New Yorker, on Twitch. Hey, you know, Tom Lewis gave 10 people memberships on YouTube. That's very nice of Tom. Please thank Tom Lewis if you got a membership from Tom. Thank you, Tom. Very nice of you. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. Jaybird, thanks for being a member. MQ3177, Eminem in Texas, thanks so much. That's nice of you. Gary Bain says, at least it's a weekend now. Thanks, Gary, for being a member. Thanks, Mike R., for being a member for 56 months. Thank you, Mike. We have been on the air tonight because all this reporting came out saying that President Trump was considering or has already approved new strikes on Iran, possibly as soon as this weekend. But nothing has happened so far. It is currently 5:49 Iran time, 5:49 a.m. As you can see from there from Reuters, CBS reports U.S., Israel planning to bombard energy-related targets in Iran. The U.S. and Israel are planning a bombing campaign against energy infrastructure targets in Tehran with possible strikes throughout the weekend. CBS reported on Friday citing sources. The campaign will be one of the harshest yet against Iranian energy infrastructure during the war. But CBS said there was discussion about conducting the strikes before financial markets open on Monday. Also, CBS said President Trump has yet to give the final go-ahead. Wall Street Journal said Trump orders a fresh attack against Iran. They said he ordered it. They said it could be as soon as this weekend. It would last a few days, but President Trump could change his mind. Aaron Myers says, any chance they attack during day? I know that blows covert operations. So a number of outlets are reporting this. CNN says the U.S. is planning fresh strikes on Iran as soon as this weekend. Axios says that Trump is considering strikes on energy targets in Iran within days. They say he's considering doing it in the next few days, but he hasn't given the final order. Also, multiple outlets say that these strikes could involve Israel. Trox thinks a ground invasion is going to start soon. So we've been on tonight seeing if anything would happen, but nothing happened yet. Brian Qualla thinks Trump wants Pickaxe Mountain. Trentford Drums is hoping that it's tonight. You mean tonight U.S. time or tonight Iran time? Ken Davidson says, in my opinion, the attack will be canceled, and he will say that Iran agreed to negotiate. Maybe we can do another poll. Hey, thanks, Jiggle Jess. I appreciate that. I'd eaten before the stream. But when I eat during the stream, I can always come back in if there's an emergency. Thanks, Jiggle Jess. I appreciate it. Shout out, by the way, to our moderators who are here. Hey, Beth Mythical is over there moderating, and Ruth. Thank you so much. Beth Mythical and Ruth. And also, man, Facebook is really messed up, it looks like. I don't know why. Hold on, let's try something else. Oh, I can see Facebook again. Okay, sorry. Darren Charlo moderating there. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body. Thank you. I know Paul Anderson's been over there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Flux Eternus moderating on Twitch. Thank you. Oh, thanks to Haim Gulfenbin. Haim Gulfenbin. Thanks so much for your support. That's really nice of you. Haim Gulfenbin. U.S. Rights and Freedoms thinks IRGC can never be trusted to make a deal. Finish the job, President Trump. Oh, and thanks again to Ruth. Wow, that's so nice of you, Ruth. Ruth is modding. Thank you, Ruth. Thanks for your support. Very kind of you. Ruth, thank you. Things seem pretty quiet at the moment. Who knows what's happening behind the scenes, though? Marisol says the sound of silence. It's 5:56 now. It's almost 6 a.m. Iran time. Well, if it happens in the coming hours, guys, it's going to be at the daytime because it's currently 5:56. When is the last time the U.S. launched a significant strike on Iran in the daytime? It had to be months ago, right? I feel like for a while now, it's just been at night. Also, our viewer DLM in Florida says they've given Iran too much warning. Oh, I'm going to do a poll. Hey, thanks to Raisback. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Raisback. Very kind of you. Crappy says back in the very beginning, there were daytime strikes. Thanks again to Raisback. We're going to do a poll. It's Saturday. It's now Saturday at 5:57 a.m. there. The poll will be what will happen this weekend? And the choices are major U.S. attack, small U.S. attack. Small is like the ones before. And nothing. Those are the three choices I'm giving. Let me just post it elsewhere too. Post it on the different platforms. Hang on. Oops, there's a typo over there on Twitch. Well, you should be able to read it anyway on Twitch. Let me get the Facebook poll posted. We'll see what you guys have to say. Okay, poll is posted. And let's see how you're thinking. Let's see how you're thinking. And then answering. Paragen says, that's me. Okay, so here is, I'm going to pull up now what you guys said in response to this poll. By the way, thanks to A Little Bits, who says major strike sounds like what DSA Democrats want. Thank you so much, Little Bits, for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you, Little Bits. Okay, so I asked you guys, I said, this weekend, what's going to happen? YouTube, 42% say major U.S. attack. 25% say small U.S. attack. 33% say nothing. Evelyn in Maine says the U.S. is not out of ammunition. Also, over there on Facebook, Facebook is 33%. Facebook is 38% say small U.S. attack. 33% says major U.S. attack. 29% says nothing. Pretty split on Facebook, but the winner over there at this point is small U.S. attack. And then here is what they say on Twitch. Oh, look at Twitch. Twitch is different than YouTube. Oops, you can't see it. You can't see it. There it is. On Twitch, 48% small U.S. attack, 34% nothing, and now 22% major U.S. attack. Too Cool says small attack blown up by the administrator as a large one. Jesse James says, I think it's going to be another small attack like before. Dr. McRib says, no attacks, I hope. I don't know. I mean, we've heard a lot of major threats from Trump and reports about big attacks that might be coming for months, and hasn't happened. The biggest thing that happened in the last 2 months was when, for 2 nights, it seems like, the U.S. started attacking a few bridges. And then when they did that, Iran then escalated its attacks. Remember, Iran attacked. There was a couple nights, I think it was 2 different nights, where like 2 weeks ago, where the U.S. attacked some bridges and also a couple of, I believe, water plants, allegedly, they attacked a railroad junction, and I think there was a claim they attacked a water plant. Anyways, after that, Iran started attacking desalination plants, these major power and desalination plants in Kuwait, for example. So again, it hasn't happened yet. And I have to think the White House knows that if they escalate on their end, Iran's going to escalate on its end. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it's a huge deal if there's a strike with energy targets or with Israel involved. Oops, now we see the thing up top here. I don't know why that happened up here. Hold on, I'll do it this way. Anyways, I appreciate you voting in the poll. So the winner in the Twitch poll was small U.S. attacks with 45%. The winner in the YouTube poll was major U.S. attack with 45%. But there's still a big split there. And let's see. Give me a moment. Facebook ended up 41% major attack, 31% small, 28% nothing. Jeans one says war is hell. Cliff P says the game is afoot. Now, Jasmine claims that every time they've met at Camp David, there's always been something large happening every time. Hold on. The Knight's Palace says it's a toss-up. Steve Patton says, huge one is coming, let's go America. Why is this not? Oh, thanks to Princess Odette for being a member. Thanks, Princess. What is happening? So bad. I was asking, I thought that's like a good question for AI. I asked a couple possible AIs. I said, is this statement true about Camp David that every time Trump is, roughly every time he's been there, something big happens? One of the AIs like repeatedly would not answer the question. I have no idea why. Another one answered it by like talking about like the history of presidents at Camp David. It's not like a hard question to parse. It's not, I didn't ask it confusingly. It's just like why is it so hard? I'm not going to say the names of the AIs. It's just once in a while it's just frustrating. It's like this is not a difficult question to understand. Anyways, I don't know how often. I don't have a list of all the times he's been to Camp David and what's happened every time. So I can't really address that. Mad Jester says it's about to be checkmate. It's coming. Just watch. Jasmine thinks you have to look them up individually. She thinks since this war, there has been something large every time. The Washington Post in an article today pointed out that Trump spent time at Camp David in his first term, but has preferred visiting his own properties recently and is set to spend the weekend at his resort in Bedminster, New Jersey. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly why he was there. Why they chose to have it there. This does feel like, I feel like, during the war, and even before the war, there's periodically these times where like everyone's like, oh, something's going to happen. And then either it does or it doesn't. There's no guarantee it does. Rita, is it true that today was his second time he visited this term? Oninus says, for Trump administration too, you just need to look at price of oil. You don't need Camp David visit analysis. Freshwater Dive says, I think we are safe for at least the next 12 hours. Yeah, just really not much coming out at all from Iran. I don't know. It's 6:14 there. It's 6:14 in Iran, guys. David says, no one is running out of missiles other than Iran. Let me just do one more check here and see if I have anything over here. Let's see. Where is the... Frank Smith Frank says, do you have any new information about the story about Ukraine attacking an Iranian cargo ship? What was that, like last week that supposedly happened? I'm not really up to date on that. I haven't been really keeping close tabs on it. I mean, I did mention that a couple days ago, the Iranian foreign minister posted about it, and he said, Foreign Minister Araghchi posted and said that there it is down here. This was from July 28th. Iran Foreign Minister Araghchi, Ukraine has assured us that the strike on the Iranian vessel was unintentional and that it seeks no escalation. Iran also seeks to avoid escalation, but any attack on our citizens or national interests is unacceptable. Compensation for the losses must follow. I don't know that it's been totally clarified what exactly happened in that incident. I don't want to start doing a whole research project on it now. I was looking at some articles about it, and it was kind of hard to figure out what exactly happened. The New York Times said that that an Iran civilian sailor died, and that the New York Times said Ukraine said the ship was transporting military equipment to Russia. I don't really have much information on that right this second, though. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so I'm not, again, I'm not really seeing much right now. I came on to see because there were all these reports that there could be strikes this weekend, a lot of these reports. And, it was still nighttime at this point where recent attacks have been happening. When recent attacks have been happening. Not to say something couldn't happen during the daytime, but it's daytime now. It's 6:19 a.m. I haven't heard a peep from Iran. So Ken Foreign NYC says, when will the strikes happen? Well, if they happen, I have no idea. But then it's not nighttime there anymore. So my plan is not to stay on, 48 hours throughout the weekend. So I think we may start getting close to that time because I don't really have much to update you on right now. Marisol says Iran has gone quiet. I mean, I don't hear reports in recent hours of the U.S. attacking Iran or of Iran attacking anyone else. So I'll keep an eye on things. I mean, who knows what's going to happen this weekend? I have no idea. But I'm not going to stay on if I don't have big updates to give you. Anyways. Well, we were here to see. Sometimes you have to, if you don't know if something's going to happen, you have to kind of just be on and see what happens. Sometimes stuff happens, sometimes it doesn't. But we'll have to see what's going on. I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. But I do appreciate everybody being here for the stream. And I will certainly over the weekend, if there's big news about this or other stories, come on the air. But also, I'll post updates too on my X account. My X account is @Lookner. On X, @Lookner. You can follow me there for updates about all kinds of breaking news updates when I'm not on the air. Hold on. There, that's what it looks like. @Lookner. And if you want, subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would suggest turn on our notifications. Again, I don't know when something big's going to happen and we'll be rushing on the air. I can't give you a schedule in advance. But if you want to know when we're on the air every time so you don't miss any breaking news coverage, you can sign up for our free notifications. You sign up once, it's free. Then you get sent a notification every time. We set up our own notifications so that they're really reliable. And we do it through Discord. So the mods will post the link to sign up for the free notifications in the chat. You can also find the notifications sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, but I would suggest signing up for that so you get a notification when we're going live. But again, I really appreciate people being here. Thanks for letting me read your comments on the air. Oh, speaking of which, I knew there was something I was going to do. I was going to just check a few more of the messages people had sent me. I forgot. Michelle Lauzone, our viewer, says, Pickaxe Mountain, you will need a nuke. Collected Chaos says, could consecutive GBU shots destroy pickaxe? I have no idea. I am not an expert on this. I mean, what I know is there's questions about whether U.S. weaponry could destroy it or how much it could damage it. But I am not an expert on that. We talked about that some earlier. The GBU-57 is the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. That was used last June by the U.S. to drop on Iranian nuclear targets. Oh, hold on. Hey, I got a message from Andrew in the UK says, my opinion is that the U.S. won't go for power plants because Israel hit one before and the U.S. basically condemned that action. So if they were going to do that, if they were going to do it, why not have done it then? Andrew Bryers thinks no, U.S. will not go after power plants. But I appreciate people writing in and sending me updates and sharing their comments and letting me read your comments on the air and asking questions. And participating in the chat, those who participate in the chat. So I think, again, thanks for being here. So again, all I can do is see what's happening and come on the air when it seems like stuff might happen. So I'll keep doing it, or is happening. Who knows? I could get off the air and then 10 minutes stuff happens. So I'll keep an eye on it. Let's see here. Also, hey, huge thanks to hey, thanks by the way to Joshua Doss. Thank you, Joshua. I really appreciate your support. Josh, I have some AI subscriptions. I'm not just using the unsubscription model. It still wasn't answering my question. Oh, hold on. PK, what is this here? We might have something to mention. I might have something to mention to you. Maybe. Is this a new ship attack? Hey, PPW360 mentioned, I think there's a new ship attack in the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on. It's not even posted on their social media yet. This is a PW360 just spotted this. It's on the UKMTO website, guys. Oh, we're not getting off the air yet. Look, I'm not. It says July 31st. Attack. Right there. It says Strait of Hormuz. It's out. Where is it? It's Strait of Hormuz, right? Hold on. Let's refresh this. Off of Oman, 11 nautical miles off of Oman, a tanker reports the vessel has been struck by an unknown. Oh, no, this sounds. Engine room. So this could be two things. This could be a tanker that was hit by the U.S. in the blockade, or it could be an attack by Iran, because the U.S. sometimes hits tankers in their engine rooms if they're not if they're not obeying the blockade. So I do wonder if it's an Iranian attack or not. New report from UKMTO that a tanker was hit by a projectile, a tanker in the southern Strait of Hormuz was hit by a projectile in its engine room. Unclear if this is an Iranian attack, or perhaps the U.S. military hitting a ship that wasn't obeying the blockade. Did they post about it yet? Numerous ships in the southern strait have been attacked by Iran. So again, they say that just checking the time on this. It's an attack, and it says, report date today, the 31st. The tanker is not under command. Okay. Okay. So, very interesting. Good spot by, I'm going to show you this again. So, hey, thanks to PW360 spotted this early before they even posted it on their on their um, on their X account. Yeah, so it's right here, and it says that the report date is July 31st. Report time, it would have been about uh, 3 hours ago. UKMTO has received a report of an incident. Right, this is the location, so southern Strait of Hormuz, off the coast of Oman, and that a tanker reports a vessel has been struck by an unknown projectile which has caused damage to the engine room. The tanker is not under command, and the regional Coast Guard have been informed. Now, that is an area where Iran has been attacking a lot of ships. Remember also, President Trump had said like a week ago or so that the next time Iran shoots at a ship, for every time Iran shoots at a ship from now on, the U.S. will destroy a power plant or a bridge. I think, thanks again to PW360. I think I have seen on UKMTO once in a while them saying, hey, there's like military activity involving a ship when the US hits a ship. Again, that location certainly is a location where you'd expect Iran to attack a ship. But I don't want to assume without knowing that that's Iran just because of the engine room thing. But that's certainly not a little deal. Let me hold on a second here. Let me remind you what President Trump had said. I don't know if I can find it. Yeah. From this point forward, July 22nd, 9 days ago. I don't think a ship has been attacked, has been confirmed attacked since then. From this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or next to or in the city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, I don't know that there's been a confirmed Iranian attack on a ship. I mean, not many ships have been actually going. We looked at this. Not many ships have been going through the Strait of Hormuz every day. A lot of days, like 4 or something. So I don't know that there's been one since Trump issued that threat. They still haven't even posted on their X account. Again, good spot by PW360. So the UK MTO is saying that in the southern Strait of Hormuz, where's the X here? There. See where the X is? It's southern Strait of Hormuz. It's near Oman. The Oman side of the Strait of Hormuz. They're saying about 3 to 4 hours ago, they got a report that a tanker was struck by an unknown projectile. The tanker is not under command, and the damage to the engine room, and the tanker is not under command. Which I believe it means it's not under control. They don't have steering control, I believe is what that means. They can't guide the ship where they want it to go. I believe that's what it is. The Coast Guard has been informed there are no reported casualties or environmental impact. Let's see if we can find anything more about this. It's quite something, though. You had all these reports saying that President Trump is considering or has ordered a major attack this weekend on Iran, or that could start this weekend, and nothing's happened with that. But we just heard from UK MTO that a tanker has been attacked in the southern Strait of Hormuz. It's almost like if this is an Iranian attack, I wonder if it's an attack that's just that they heard that Iran hears. I mean, Iran was aware of these reports in the media, and it's almost like, is it kind of a way to just say, like, we don't care about these reports? To be defiant. Haven't seen anything else about it, though. I haven't seen Iranian state media talk about it. I wonder, is there a chance it could be a U.S. strike? It's not really the right position for it, but it'd be it seems kind of weird also if it was a U.S. strike and it was not reported as such. I mean, it seems like more likely it would. I just want to be careful here with what we know and what we don't know. Harper Ann says, I wasn't expecting the timing at all and all. Now, they still haven't posted it on their X account. Still hasn't made it to the X account yet, but it's on their website. No, I have not seen identification of the ship. I don't know. I can look on marine traffic, but I don't know if it has it. If this ship was trying to sneak across without Iran knowing, it wouldn't probably have its tracking on. So I can show you here marine traffic, but I don't even know that we'll see it. I mean, I'm not really seeing anything up here. There's Lima. It was 11 miles north of Lima. north or northwest or something, but right around up here. And it's a tanker, so it would, I assume, be red. Where is it here? Layers? Yeah, red is tanker. I don't see any tanker in this area. There's no red ship I'm seeing here. It doesn't appear to be on the marine traffic right now. Jiggle says was trying to be sneaky. Well, the other question is the U.S. has been escorting ships in some sense for months now, I believe. So was the U.S. escorting some ships again? No statement yet from Iran about this, though. I see no statement from Iran about it, which is interesting. And it happened hours ago, apparently. So I'm a little confused about that. Still on their website, though. Still on the website. Says it right there. July 31st. That would be about 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. About 4 hours ago. We'll try to get you more information on that. It's weird though, because again, sometimes Iranian state TV will say something beforehand about, well, we fired on some ships or something. And also, usually by now they would, well, I know by now. Usually when UKMTO announces stuff, they'll comment on it as well. But Tasneem posted about it. I'm sorry. 15 minutes ago, Tasneem posted about it. Here, this is from Tasneem State Media, but they didn't say much about it. But they did acknowledge it. See Tasneem State Media, Iran, report of a maritime incident 11 nautical miles northeast of Lima, Oman. No details there from Tasneem, really. But they mention it. Some people in the chat were talking about the NASA firm's fire map. I don't know that a strike on a ship that had damaged the engine room would show up on the fire map. I'm not even, they didn't even say UKMTO that this was a big fire. Sometimes they'll say there's a fire on the ship. They didn't say that here. I mean, I don't see, I'm at the firm's map now, but again, I don't know that this is something that would show up. Also I mean, the map only updates, I think, a couple times a day. So, I mean, if it was going to show up, it still might have not shown up yet. But again, I don't know. I haven't heard there's a fire. Barry says, I checked it, nothing there. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned that they actually, UKMTO just posted it on X. There it is. It is officially posted on X. There it is. We told you about this, so it's nothing new, but it is now posted on X. There it is. It was on their site. Now it's on X. The UKMTO has received a report of an incident in the southern Strait of Hormuz. The CSO of a tanker reports the vessel has been struck by an unknown projectile which has caused damage to the engine room. The tanker is not under command, and the regional Coast Guard have been informed. There are no reported casualties or environmental impact. Authorities are investigating vessels, are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to UKMTO. Yet not other command is you can't, the vessel's ability to maneuver has been compromised. I think it might have to do with, in theory, not being able to keep it out of the way of another vessel, but it has to do with you can't maneuver it like you normally would be able to. Wow. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Acidic Videos, 8733 from the UK. Thanks, Acidic Videos. Also, JJ Redskins, who says there's an India ship there. Well, again, JJ Redskins, there's no tanker there when I look on marine traffic. It's just not there. There's no red ship in that area that I see. So my guess is if it was going through, I will say this, there's this. Well, no, that wouldn't be right. That's not the right. That's absolutely not right, the place. There's this ship here. Hold on. There's this ship, but that was there 2 hours and 51 minutes ago. And this attack happened 4 hours ago. And this is an Iranian ship, but it's not even on the right. The attack happened around here. And it would be red, though. I mean, so I am still wondering if there's any chance that this was a U.S. strike on a ship that was designed to keep the blockade going. But that location would seem like it's more likely it's a ship that was trying to go through the strait without Iran knowing. I was right as we were going to end the stream that happened. I have not yet seen. So Iran state media is posting about this only in the sense of repeating that there's a report from UKMTO. They're not adding any kind of I think we might get a statement from Iran state media shortly, but at this point, there's nothing. That's Mer News basically repeating what UKMTO said. Thanks to JJ Redskins. Yeah, JJ Redskins, the ship you mentioned is it's a cargo ship. Yeah, the ship that JJ mentioned is this one. Here's what JJ said. Now, it's possible that it was a cargo ship and not a tanker, although they said tanker. But just to show you, JJ mentioned that this ship, which was here, is rough. I mean, it's not that far from Lima. Past track. Well, I don't know. That wasn't even true. That ship doesn't seem like it was trying to leave. They go through the Strait. I feel like a lot of times Iran attacks ships when they're trying to exit the Strait of Hormuz away from the Gulf. Also, I will say this ship supposedly was going to Bahrain, I think it is. Am I right? BHKBS? Yeah, so this ship was not going, I don't think, well, anyways, that could be irrelevant. My point is, that's not a tanker, and it was not leaving the Strait of Hormuz. So it seems a bit different than if we're assuming this was a ship that was attacked by Iran when it was trying to leave the Strait of Hormuz. That wouldn't be it. If we're assuming it's correct, it's a tanker, which UKMTO had said that wouldn't be it. But who knows? But I appreciate you mentioning it, JJ Redskins. Thank you, Lori Durstein. Thank you. And White Buffalo. Thank you. Very nice of you. White Buffalo, Lori Durstein, and Stephen Briones. I do not see yet any kind of update being reported about that ship. I don't know how long it would normally take to get an update about this ship. Just a reminder of how many ships have gone through the Strait of Hormuz in recent days. Again, we showed this before, the Joint Maritime Information Center. This is the Strait of Hormuz the last few days. You can see it right here. They have a chart or a data list. Strait of Hormuz cargo vessels. On the 29th, 4 cargo vessels and 4 tankers. That's 8 total. On the 28th, 2 cargo vessels, no tankers, 2 total. 27th, 2 cargo vessels, no tankers, 2 total. July 26th, 1 cargo vessel, 2 tankers, 3 total. These are not big numbers. Interestingly, the number of tankers, 4, that went through on July 29th was the most in a week. I wonder if Iran was not happy with how many tankers were going through. Although I think these include ones that have coordinated with Iran. So I don't know how many of these coordinated with Iran. That is the graph right there for the last few months, I think. Last 90 days of number of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. Blue outbound, green inbound. Trent F. Drum says 1 tanker, 1 bridge. Will President Trump, if this was Iran, take out a bridge or a power plant in Iran as he vowed to do? I'll wait a few minutes here. I don't know that I'm going to have that much else to tell you about this. I mean, this could certainly develop into a big thing, but I don't know how long it'll take to get any updates on it. People want a poll. People always want a poll. We've already done 2 polls. Fine, we'll do 1 more poll. All right, I put that in there. I had to spell power plant as 1 word on Twitch because the characters are limited. I'll show you the poll results in a second. Oh, I never closed that. That makes it easier to do this. Okay, I said if Trump, here's you guys thinking. It's you guys thinking about the poll and voting in the poll. Now, oops. Here is what you guys said. I said if it turns out that it was Iran that attacked the ship in the Strait of Hormuz, will Trump, as he vowed 9 days ago, destroy a bridge or power plant in Iran? So on YouTube, 69% or 68% say he will. That'd be a big deal. That'd be a big deal, I think. Also, on Facebook, so far, only people have voted yes so far. And on Twitch, here is the vote on Twitch. Wow, 70% no. We have a big disagreement. 67% yes on YouTube, 70% no on Twitch. X1011 thinks Twitch is the real source of truth. We have people from Twitch and YouTube saying the other platform is incorrect. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Again, that's assuming that it was Iran that attacked the ship. Thank you for voting in the poll. All right. Now, I don't know that I have any other updates I can give you now. We're about to get off the air, and then that happened, which could turn out to be a big thing. I mean, I don't think it's a small thing anyway, but it could turn out if President Trump decides to go through on his threat to attack a bridge or power plant. I think it might be close to our time. I think it may be our time now. I really don't have much to tell you now. Let's see. Hold on, though. You never know. I don't know how long it'll take to get more information on the ship. We can always come back on the air. This here is marinetraffic.com. This is marinetraffic.com, as it says on the screen on the top. Marine traffic. And then the site that we were looking at before, which has the reports of attacks, is the UKMTO site. UKMTO. So, as I said before, I'll keep an eye out on things. And we'll see if President Trump is really going to start attacking energy facilities in We'll see if he's going to, as was reported, that he might do, start attacking energy facilities in the coming days. And also, if this is a ship that got, if there was a ship that actually got hit by Iran, will he attack a bridge or power plant because of that, as he said he was going to? So we have a lot to wait to see happen. But all right. So as I said before, I really appreciate everybody watching. We went through this before. I really appreciate everybody watching. I really appreciate you guys sending me updates and letting me read your comments on the air and participating in the chat. As I mentioned also, I will post updates on my X account at Lookner. You can follow me over there. Updates, breaking news updates when on the air at Lookner. I'll post what I hear over there. And if there's stuff that happens later tonight, we can come on and do another stream. Thank you for watching. And again, as I said before, turn on the notification for the channel so you can get notified whenever we go live. You can subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV, but also we have a notification system that works great. Send you a notification whenever we're going live so you don't miss breaking news. And it's free to sign up. The mods will post the link in the chat. You can also find the notification sign up link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Sign up for the notifications. Subscribe and follow the channel. And our moderators, our fantastic moderators, thank you so much. Ruth Haley Girl on YouTube. We could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. They are keeping the chat civil, respectful. Thank you. Roberts May Queen on YouTube. All of our other YouTube moderators, huge thanks. On Twitch, Flux Eternus over there. Thank you so much. And all the other Twitch moderators who have been there. Also Matthew Kohai 3 and I Got That Fired. Big thanks. By the way, Facebook, it turned out that 100% of people think that Trump will. Only a couple people voted, but everybody who voted said that Trump will destroy a bridge or a power plant. If it turns out that Iran attacked that ship. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. Huge thanks. Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body, Darren Charlo. All of our Facebook mods, big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha and X. All of our moderators, thank you. Thanks so much to everybody who supported the channel tonight. A lot of you very generous with your support of the channel. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So really, really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I owe Kendra Fox a thank you. Thanks, Kendra Fox. I think I might have gotten everybody before. I think I did. Special shout out to Tormented Tantalus and Lewis R for all of the memberships. Jeff T88, everybody else who I thanked before, thank you. Hey, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post when we're going live. I give you a heads up over there early. I post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. And let's see here. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air for free. Check out our Discord chat. A lot of our viewers like doing that. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Also, big thanks to our Discord mods who moderate the Discord chat. Thanks so much, Discord mods. And for those who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. The way you do that is you need to subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. And if you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Now, yes, the bell, as Hectate says. Also, I want to shout out our Facebook subscribers like Dolly Clark. Thank you for subscribing over there. And Kristen McConnell Gates and Diane Allworth, K. Lowry Body. Oops. Did I miss somebody? No, I think I got them before. Thank you to all of our other Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel. Huge thanks. Also on Twitch, our subscribers there who support the channel: Uncle Fester, Aaron Weirdo, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Amalian, Kendra Fox, Midtown Mike. Thank you. Seed Music, No Goal, Space Turkey, Jack's Animals, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Wall Street Shaggy, Lydia Ruth, Uncle Fester, Judge Hat, Canadian Till the End VO, Boba J. Fett, Tech Jansen, who wants more polls, Seed Music, SDF DSV, Space Turkey. Thank you to all of our Twitch subscribers. I thank Kendra Fox. Thanks, Kendra Fox, and our YouTube members as well. Thank you so much. Trent F. Drums, CAC, Eric Johnson, Patricia Canada, Gregory Scherer, Sabra, RS Pat, the Tree Line, Steel Booking, Eric Johnson, CAC, Evelyn in Maine, Roy 1822, Jimmy ZNJ, Gregory Scherer, Jerry Kovacs, Patricia Canada, Barry 69. Did I say Evelyn in Maine? White Buffalo, I Am Good Goy. All of our members, thank you. Thanks, Dolly Farton, for watching. I am not seeing any updates at the moment. If there's big news, we can come back on the air. Thanks, Iggy Dog, for watching. Downtown Dan. Too Cool Kaiser, thank you. Newshound, thanks for shouting out the mods. World Wolf of the West, Trillion Waters, thanks for watching. Larry South, Jerry Kovacs. Judy Fishaw, thanks for watching. Ken Davidson, Melissa Terry, Ann Spencer, thank you. All right. K the Mac, Radioactive, thanks for watching. X1011, thank you for watching. Tui G, I pay for Netflix, X Jump Street, Alan 1. All right, I'm doing one last check. So who knows? There might be stuff could happen at any time this weekend. At any time this weekend, stuff could happen. So I will be doing my best to keep an eye on things, and I will jump on the air if need be. How does that sound? I don't have any updates on the ship that was attacked, possibly by Iran, in the Strait of Hormuz. All right, so that is it for now. You've been watching our live update. Will President Trump launch strikes, major strikes on Iran, as many outlets are saying he's considering over the weekend? We'll just have to see. That is it for now. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.